Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Uh, Any individual who requires disability-related accommodations or modifications, including auxiliary aids and services, in order to participate in the board meeting should contact the superintendent or designee in writing. And we'll begin with item A2, open session. A2.1, comments on closed session agenda items. Any person wishing to speak on any item on the closed session agenda will be granted 3 minutes. And do we have any speakers?
We do not.
And those items are A3, closed session. As provided by law, the following are the items for discussion and consideration at the closed session of the board meeting. Item A3.1, public employee employment discipline, dismissal, release, for reassignment of employees, Government Code Section 54957. Item A3.2, student expulsion, reinstatement, expulsion enrollments. Item A3.3, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representatives, Dr. Cuauhtemoc Avila, superintendent, Dr. Rhea MacGyver Gibbs, lead personnel agent, personnel services, and Rhonda Kramer, lead personnel agent, personnel services, employee organizations, California School Employees Association, Chapter 203, CSEA, Rialto Education Association, REA, and Communication Workers of America, CWA. Item A3.4, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D and 2, and or D and 3. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, number of potential claims is 1. Item 8.4, adjournment of closed session. We're not there yet. All right, I'm going too fast here. Do we have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Do we have-
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Wait. Do I have a motion to adjourn closed session?
So move.
Second.
And we will be going back into closed session to finish a few items up. So, Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly, Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. And the time is 7:10. And we'll be going back into closed session when we conclude open session. So open session's reconvened. I'd like to ask our student board member, Mr. Hunter, if he'd lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. And Dr. Avila, do you have anything to report?
Yes, we have a couple of reports. When in closed session, the board took action to issue notice releasing administrative employee number one, high school assistant principal pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, effective the end of the 2021-2022 school year. The board directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notice. The roll call vote was as follows: Edgar Montes, yes; Stephanie Lewis, no; Nancy O'Kelly, yes; Joe Martinez, absent; and Dino Walker, member, abstain. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Gabriela Rivera, psychologist. The roll call vote was as follows: Edgar Montes, yes; Stephanie Lewis, yes; Nancy O'Kelly, yes; Joe Martinez, absent; and Dino Walker, no. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Calandra Moore, psychologist. The roll call vote was as follows: Edgar Montes, yes; Stephanie Lewis, yes; Nancy O'Kelly, yes; Joseph Martinez, absent; and Dino Walker, yes. And the Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Patricia Sosa Alanis, Coordinator, Special Services, Speech and Related Services. The roll call vote was as follows: Edgar Montes, yes; Stephanie Lewis, yes; Nancy O'Kelly, yes; Joseph Martinez, absent; and Dino Walker, yes. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Avila. Next, we go to item 8A, adoption of agenda. And before we adopt tonight's agenda, there's been a request to pull an item from tonight's agenda under business and financial consent item, and the item is E 3.13. And it's to approve the purchase of certificate frames for teachers who completed the Reading and Literacy Added Authorization Program at University of Southern California, USC, at a cost not to exceed $23,000 and to be paid from general fund. Also, staff has requested that before the board approves tonight's open session agenda, we modify item F3, which relates to adoption of a resolution approving a contract for network technology equipment. The district has received a protest of the proposal submitted by the highest scoring company, and the protest was received yesterday after the agenda for tonight's meeting was posted. Because this contract is an E-rate contract and timing is critical, there is an immediate need to address these matters. The modification to item F3 would include addressing the protest and potential change in the award of the contract from what is presently contemplated by resolution number 21-22-35. May I have a motion that there is an immediate need to address the protest and possible change in award of the contract for the network equipment as presently contemplated by proposed resolution number 21-22-35, and that as such, need came to the district's attention after posting of the agenda for tonight's meeting.
So move.
Okay. So the motion is, okay, so we have a first and a second. Do we have any questions or comments? Ms. O'Kelly, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mrs. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, an aye. So the motion is approved, and the board will address this matter further when we get to item F3. May I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda as amended?
So moved. Second?
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any noes or abstentions? All right. Next, we go to B, presentations, and we'll go to B1, High School District Student Advisory Committee, DSAC, presentations. And for that, our very own board member will help us with those. Student board member, sorry.
First up, we have Carly Gutierrez from Eisenhower High School.
Good evening, distinguished members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Avila, parents, community members, and peers. My name is Carly Gutierrez, and I have the honor of being this year's ASB president at Eisenhower High School, where she runs the world. But that's a story for another time. I would like to highlight 4 things happening at our Eagle's Nest, starting off with our academic highlight this year. As this year is ending, we have finally been told our valedictorians and salutatorians, yes, they're plural for a reason. Our very own, we have 3 valedictorians this year, our very own Alexandra Hernandez, Leslie Hernandez, and Yasun Tapia, as well as 2 salutatorians, Miguel Ruiz and Ava Jimenez. Now onto our athletic highlight. Our very own girls soccer made it to CIF for the first time in Eisenhower history. Class of 2022 has surely been setting some records. Our extracurricular activity on April 22nd is our Youth Climate Action Summit. Eisenhower and the district are planning a festival on Earth Day. More details to come soon, but it's guaranteed to be a great time. Lastly, today we were able to attend our monthly DSAC meeting. As yesterday was Women's Day, we were able to talk about many women, not only around the world, but also in our very own district. My favorite part was hearing from the one and only Dr. Patricia Chavez as she shared her life-changing story. Thank you, everyone, and I hope you have an enjoyable night. See you soon.
Thank you.
Next, we have Maya Williams from Rialto High School.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Good evening, Honorable Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Avila, and viewing audience. I am Maya Williams, the ASB president for the Knights of Rialto High. It has been a while since we last met, but we are happy to be back in the castle again this semester and excited to continue where we left off last year. To start off, we have some very exciting news. Our boys and girls basketball, girls soccer, and our wrestling teams all made it to CIF this last sports season. In addition, we also learned that 6 of our football players were named All-CIF, including Antoine Fowler, being named Offensive Player of the Year for our division. We also had one of our seniors, the Sunny Eagles, recognized by the Rialto Community Service Department as an up-and-coming black female from Rialto. We are extremely proud of them and for everything that they have accomplished to keep the Knight Pride strong. We ended the first semester strong with the Spirit Week, study sessions, and our first Royal Teacher Award. Congrats to Mr. Jason Dye being our first Royal Teacher. Tomorrow we will award our second Royal Teacher for being the most spirited. We thank our sponsors Starbucks and All-Star Events for donating gift baskets for our winners. RHS held a freshman orientation welcoming Rialto Middle and Jehu Middle Schools to our campus. They registered for next year's classes, experienced a mini pep rally, and toured the campus. After meeting them, I can say that we are super excited to welcome the class of 2026 to the castle in the fall. We were also very excited to hold our first pep rally during lunch to recognize our winter sports athletes and introduce our new member, Blaze the Dragon, who will carry on the joy and spirit started by Drake. As we get closer to the end of the year, our seniors have completed their FAFSA and college applications. Some of our Knights have already received multiple acceptances and anxiously await the UC letters this month. Rialto has a 55% FAFSA completion rate at the moment, and our juniors are also planning for the future and took their SAT last week. We couldn't be more excited for our Knights to make their dreams of college a reality. We start spring break this week, but look forward to completing the rest of the year, continuing the momentum of building up our students and staff while striving for academic excellence. Keep the lights on, Knights. Thank you.
Next, we have Ajayla Smith from Myler High School.
Good evening, Honorable Board of Education Superintendent Dr. Avila and a viewing audience. My name is Ajayla Smith, and I am the proud student to represent Myler High School. I am very excited to announce that all Myler High School has been named the Modern Continuation High School once again. Ooh. We are beyond proud of the work. Thank you. We are beyond proud of the work of our student, staff, community members that are doing on and off campus. School staff will be recognized in early May when California's Continuation Education Associate Conference in Long Beach, California. In addition to us being named the model of a continuation high school, several staff members are running named Staff Members of the Year by California Continuation Education Association as well. These are the staff members. Ms. Excuse me if I say your name wrong. Ms. Valusa, Counselor of the Year, Mr. Wisman, Mr. Ortiz, Ms. Cortez, and Mr. Deck for Student of the Year. We hope Myler sweeps every category. Third quarter saw our Mustangs completing the FAFSA, learning about applying for the Valley Bound commitment and focusing on completing our classes. Myler MASFA program created rockets out of the reasonable plastic and tracking the life of recycling and painting ladybug butterflies. The butterflies we are releasing in our Myler farm garden. You can learn more about what our MESA program is doing at a virtual parent summit on March 25th. Thank you for your time and allowing me to share the great things that we have. And don't forget, Myler is #1. Success starts here. Thank you.
And last but not least, we have Maya Norman from Carter High School.
Good evening, Honorable Board of Education and Superintendent Dr. Avila. My name is Maya Norman, ASB President at Carter High School. I'd like to share some exciting things that Carter has been up to, as well as some future events. Most of our winter sports made it to playoffs, and our boys and girls wrestling team even qualified for CIF and state. We are so proud of our sports team. On March 3rd, Carter High School Mesa team hosted many schools at our annual Mesa Day competition. It was a day filled with many projects, and we can't wait to see which of our students move on to regionals for our end of the year competition in May. Lastly, we are excited to announce that we will be having a huge welcome back celebration to welcome our Carter family back upon our return from spring break. We will have a spirit week, morning welcome celebrations, and numerous lunchtime activities. We're extremely proud of our Carter High School family for making it this far, and we're excited for some much needed rest this spring break. To go a little off script, I wanted to share what happened at our DSAC meeting today. The lovely Dr. Chavez spoke, which we were all very thankful for. And in honor of Women's History Month, we received cards to shout out the most impactful women in our lives. So I just wanted to quickly share mine, which would be my amazing mother, Crystal Mukes Norman. Thank you, Board of Education, Dr. Avila, and our viewing audience. Have a great night.
That's all we have there.
Thank you. Next, we go to item B2, Rialto Unified School District's Journey to Standards-Based Grading Presentation.
All right, so good evening, Board of Education, President Montes, Superintendent Dr. Avila, and viewing audience. My name is Patricia Chavez. I am the Lead Innovation Agent for Education Services. And tonight, with the help of my colleagues, Dr. Burciaga, Ms. Elizabeth Curtis, and Eisenhower teacher, Mr. Jeremy Davis, we thank you for the opportunity to share with you our journey into equitable grading practices and access. We will also elaborate as to why this work is truly a moral imperative. Now I'd like to welcome Dr. Manuel Burciaga, Academic Agent, Secondary Innovation, to share a bit about the history of grading in education.
Thank you, Dr. Chavez. For over a century, the modern education system in the United States has been communicating with families, students, and staff very general information about student progress in schools. Rialto Unified School District is moving towards a more effective grading and reporting system that truly reflects learning and allows us to better communicate with families. So let's take a look at the history. To do so, we need to start with the ancient Greeks, who used assessments as formative but not evaluative learning tools. It was a feedback model. It was not until 1785 when it was the Yale University president, Mr. Ezra Stiles, who implemented the first grading scale in the United States based on 4 descriptions. It was optimy, second optimy, inferiori, and pejori. And about the same time, the Industrial Revolution was in full force, and the educational grading began to mirror corporate grading letters of manufactured goods. This is where we get grade A meat from. The A through F scale is soon seen as a way to standardize grading across schools and the nation. Our current A through F or numerical grading system is founded on streamlining communication between academic institutions and not so much on improving student learning. Grading has and can evolve, and at Rialto Unified, we believe the time is now. Our goal is to better assess what students know, are able to do, and communicate student progress to parents on an equitable grading practice that is accurate, bias resistant, and motivational for our students. Because we know in order for learning to happen, our students need to be inspired. We need parent support, and we need teachers that care. Dr. Chavez?
Okay, powerful. Thank you, Dr. Burciaga. You may ask yourself, where did this journey of equity and access start for Rialto Unified District, and how is it reflected in our grading system? Well, actually at Carter and at Eisenhower High Schools, the journey started about 6 years ago with standards-based grading. The implementation process was different at each site, but the results were about the same. A pocket of motivated staff implemented a different grading practice than the rest of the district. And counselors also intervened through a different lens. As a district, the work actually started about 7 years ago when we developed our strategic plan and mission. Our mission simply states that we will ensure that each student achieves his or her personal and career fulfillment. Now, in order to ensure our mission, we should assess the status of fulfilling that endeavor, identify the gap in making this a reality, and develop a plan to fill that gap. That's what we're doing with an equitable grading practices throughout our district. Okay, so data helps us assess where we are at. It shows us how many of our students are ready for post-secondary life and on their way to achieving that personal and career fulfillment. 6 years ago, in 2015-16, our A through G rate was in the mid-30s, and our grad rate was 84%. This means that approximately 70% of our students were receiving a D or an F. As a district, yes, we have seen a steady increase in A through G and graduation rate, as you can see on this chart here. But that increase is not because we adjusted our grading practices or changed our teaching practices drastically. The increase of 15% in A through G that you see at some sites and 10% in graduation has been because of support staff, such as counselors and administrators, making it a priority to track, intervene, adjust master schedules, place students into remediation courses, offer summer school and APEX. A tremendous amount of money and time and resources are being spent on helping students remediate courses they've already taken. So you may ask yourself, what is the role of the teacher in all of this? Well, it's to teach and to assess. Some that do not understand or may have never been in the classroom may find themselves judging teachers right now. But the reality is that our teachers care deeply about students. The problem is that our teaching credential programs in many cases do not adequately prepare our teachers to assess for learning. Our antiquated grading systems are structured to fail students and take away their interest in learning. Before I move on to the next section, I'll ask the people in this room a rhetorical question. What is the purpose of grades? Think about that. What is the purpose of grades? Why do we grade? I'll tell you. The purpose of grades is to communicate whether or not a student has learned a concept. Now wrap your mind around this scenario. If we're saying that grades is about communicating whether or not a student has learned a concept or a skill, right? Let's look at this kid here. This student is trying to understand a new concept, trying to master a new skill. Let's say it's a layup in basketball. This student gets 20 attempts at making a perfect layup. The coach is teaching the student. The first 10 attempts, the student does horribly. His form is off or her form is off, and they're all air balls. The next 5 attempts, the student looks better. The ball hits the rim, but still no basket. The next 5 attempts, the kid nails it. Super excited. She walks off the court knowing that she just mastered layups. She did 5 beautiful layups. That kid and the coach are excited about the work they just did. Now in a traditional grading practices, that student who just learned something would have received an F. Okay, 10 Fs, so 10 first attempts, 10 Fs, 5 Cs, and 5 As would be an F. But I thought that we just concluded that grades were about communicating whether or not a student learned a concept. Think about what that does for student motivation. Why would a student continue to keep trying if the grade is still going to be an F? This part of the presentation, I'll go through our grading for equity timeline. At the previous board meeting, I shared a book and our grading timeline with board members. This tool that we have is what's helping us with this learning process. And I call it a process because it's truly a process, right? We can't just rip off the Band-Aid and go from 0 to standards-based grading. There's some scaffolding that takes place. So due to the pandemic, as a staff, we realized that students were failing at a very high rate. But that just wasn't at Rialto Unified. It was statewide. And because of this, many districts, including Rialto Unified, adopted new grading practices. We implemented no 0, no F, insufficient evidence of mastery, an evenly distributed weighting scale, which we'll talk about quite a bit in this presentation, and the minimum graduation state requirement. We passed a resolution for that. Lessons learned from that pandemic. We realized that our students were failing during the pandemic, but hey, guess what? Students were failing before the pandemic, 70% of them, right? So we're not just gonna throw away what we learned during the pandemic. We're gonna keep in place some of those great practices. And so we decided to keep in place an equitable grading scale, which is truly the beginning to standards-based grading. You cannot do one without the other. Some that don't understand standards-based grading in depth will argue that and will say that they are different, but they're not. They're the same, and they're needed. In order to effectively move into standards-based grading, you need an equitable grading scale. Okay, so we understand that all of these changes in assessing and learning need to be supported with professional development and communication. On this slide here, you will see what has already been done. So we've done a lot of work, but there's still a lot more to do. As a district, district and site administrators learn together about equitable grading practices, and you can see the dates on when we did this work. Elementary began a standards-based grading committee and a report card committee. We provided professional development for secondary teachers on grading scales, implementation, and synergy. We provided professional development for secondary teachers on grading theory, specifically no zeros and grading scale. Elementary grade level meetings were held to determine priority standards, and we revamped the entire pacing guide to the math standards. Our end goal is to move into standards-based grading. We are not there yet. We understand that that is a huge jump. We have to first get a solid foundation. That solid foundation is the reason why we've implemented a equitable grading scale. On this slide here, on the right, you'll see a grading scale that has an F that weighs 59% of the entire scale, with the weight of D and F in this scale being almost 70, meaning there are 70 opportunities for a student to be unsuccessful and only 30 opportunities that equal success. With this grading scale, if a student fails a couple of times with a low F, it's almost mathematically impossible for a student to get a passing grade, even if everything else is an A. They just won't pass. With the new grading scale, that's more evenly distributed, the one on the right, you can shorten the traditional scale to look like this. 100 to 90 equals a 5, 89 to 80 equals a 4, 70 to 70 equals a 3, 69 to 60 equals a 2, 59 to 50 is a 1. It's the same. You can go the 5-point grading scale or you can go this route. But everything here, as you can tell, is equal in weight. Now you'll ask yourself, why is this so important? Well, I'm going to give you some scenarios. If a student earns an A on a test and then the next test they earn an F, we would naturally assume that the average of that is a C, right? Right? So they got about basic understanding. Well, I'm going to ask you that in percentages. If a student earns an 100 on one test and then they earn a 0 on the other test, their final grade is a 50, which is still an F. So you can't truly assess for mastery of standards-based grading without a equitable grading scale. Okay, so you remember earlier in the presentation I shared that moving out of spring 2020 and into the new school year, we kept that evenly distributed grading scale at all secondary schools? Well, even though it was expected that we continue to use the evenly distributed grading scale, not all staff continued to use it. So we followed up with the auditing of grade books and DNF rates. The percentages that you see here on this screen are screenshots of grade distribution by period, by teachers, from 6 different teachers in our district at different sites. This is simply a snapshot, but the pattern is repeated over and over again throughout our district. And again, our teachers are wonderful people that want what's best for our students, but they just have never been taught how to assess for learning, for student learning. And you could see here, 77% DNF rate, 80% DNF rate, 67% DNF rate. We are failing our students. Our current grading system grades not for learning, but for compliance. Sorry. I'll share with you a story about compliance in our grading system. I was at a principal meeting with a concerned parent. The parent was concerned about her son's math grade. The math teacher was also present at that meeting. During the meeting, the parent was frustrated, and she said, "Dr. Chavez, I hired a tutor. I want this teacher to tell me what my student does not understand so that I can tell that tutor, my kid doesn't get fractions. My kid doesn't get equations," right? Unfortunately, that teacher could not communicate what the student did not understand. The teacher simply shared, the kid's not doing their homework. They're not doing their classwork. They're not participating in class. That conversation was not about learning. That conversation was about compliance. And we, Our students and our families deserve more than that. Our teachers deserve more than that. That teacher was very uncomfortable, and I felt bad for her. I felt bad for myself. It was a very uncomfortable situation. We need to do better than this. As a leader, it's simple to manage the status quo. It is not simple to make huge institutional changes, especially amidst of a pandemic. We acknowledge that mistakes have been made. We understand that we need to invest more time in learning together, communication, and collaboration. This work is of the utmost importance, and we will do whatever we need to do to continue it with fidelity. The plan is to continue with the following: site-level learning on equitable grading practices. This will be collaborative work where teachers and administrators learn, discuss, adjust together. Elementary PD on standards-based grading report cards. Educational partner roadshow where Dr. Burciaga, Ms. Curtis, and myself travel to different parent meetings and different school sites to share of the why on standards-based grading. We will also have a secondary grading practices learning committee. It's going to be a series of 10 sessions with REA cabinet, district personnel, site leaders, and teacher reps from all different school sites. Again, they will come together, collaborate, adjust, and implement. And finally, once everybody is up to speed and fully understands this, we will revise our grading board policy. Now I'd like to welcome Mr. Davis Eisenhower, teacher, to share great things happening at Eisenhower.
Thank you, Dr. Travis. My name is Mr. Davis. I am English teacher at Eisenhower High School. I have been at Eisenhower High School for 8 years. About 4 years ago, I came across a real difficult class where I was doing compliance-based grading. I had an 80% DF rate. My students in this class were very difficult to work with. I needed something different, so I experimented with the support of our admin of a 5-point grading system where no student would enter a 0, and every student would be graded upon how much success they've demonstrated on an assignment, not the completion of it. I almost completely eliminated Fs in that period. From 2019 to 2020, the Eisenhower English Department, under my direction, transitioned its gradebooks categories from homework, classwork, assessments, and projects and participation to standards-based gradings. The English language standards in California are reading, writing, language, and speaking and listening. These are the only categories that exist in English. So when a student comes up and says, how can I improve my grade? We can look at their grades and say, hey, you're really struggling in the writing category. How can we help you with your writing? You're doing great in reading. You're understanding the grammar. We no longer look, oh, you're just not doing homework. It's not helpful. 2020 to 2021, during our pandemic, myself, in collaboration with our assistant principal, Mr. Gilbert Polito, we created the Pioneer Group, and we enlisted 30-plus teachers who would work and grade on a 5-point grading scale based on standards and masteries, and we'd use rubrics for every one of our assignments. The students would have a clear understanding of what it took to get a 1, 2, 3, or 5, and how to improve their grades. When they got their assignment back, they knew exactly what they had to do to learn and demonstrate the learning of that concepts. In 2021, 2022, this school year, I started with over 40 teachers working at Eisenhower High School on mastery-based grading scale, and even more teachers willing to participate in next school year. I honestly believe that in the next few years, I can have the entire high school working on a 5-point grading system. So don't just take my word for it. At Eisenhower High School, we're a family, we're a collaborative group. And these are comments from our Eisenhower teachers. With these methods, we are actually evaluating mastery and the content or skill in a way that is simply not possible in the 100-point system. Ms. Ramanano teaches art. Because mastery-based grade are linked to standards, I know immediately what skills my students succeed at and which ones they need to practice. Anna Hart, English. All of PE is using it, and we feel that it is better because it gives students an equal chance for any grade. Ms. Falcons, PE. The most accurate portrayal of student mastery in grades with fewer Fs and allows for students to have the feeling of success as possible. Mr. Ressa, Theater. Most importantly, a master's-based grading system holds students accountable for learning. Mr. Osos, World Languages. Although it is more difficult to achieve an A in his classes, he has more students with C's and B's rather than a high amounts of D's and S. Mr. Charlesano, English. And lastly, Ms. Campa. I have been teaching for 20 years, and this is the most fair my grading has ever been. Ms. Campa in English. Oh, I apologize. One more. Ms. Trobaugh, mathematics. Math 1 has moved to a 5-point grading system. They're using 0 through 4, same mathematical basis, to address grading inequality and grade more holistically in the scale. As you can see, I'm not the only teacher at Eisenhower who firmly believes in this to go. Thank you, and I'd like to introduce Ms. Beth Curtis.
Good evening, Board. So you might be thinking, how does this connect to strategics and our work that we've been doing with strategics for several years? Well, this goes hand in hand with that work and our strategic plan and the philosophy of Dr. William Cook and his book on incorporating education. This book has been used across the district as a reflecting tool that helps us to better understand our current educational system and how it is entwined with corporate America. Rialto's goal is to move away from the traditional school institution and towards a more holistic system that is focused on student learning. And part of that work comes out of an equitable grading practice that is accurate, bias resistant, and motivational for students. Next one. Board, do you have any questions for us?
Yes, if it's okay. Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. It would have been lovely if it wasn't part of our packet to go over, but I did read the book, both of them, and I went to the parent meeting to see how the parent responds, and it was overwhelmingly positive. In reading the book, learning that education and teachers and that autonomy that they have, it's sort of like a core belief. And I applaud you guys sort of rolling it out, getting the feedback, allowing the teachers to understand, process, and have that time frame. At the same time, working with parents and giving them the understanding. One of the questions that came from the parent meeting, I believe both of you can answer, is they were wondering about if we changed this system and they transferred to another school, how would their report cards look? How would they get into college or doing those interests? So is that something I would like for you to address? And those were the questions that came through the parent meeting.
So at the elementary level, it's going to be a rubric. It's not going to be a letter grade, and so it's very self-explanatory. It says, they're progressing, emergency. And then at the secondary grade level, they'll still keep their letter grade, but the grading scale itself will be equitable. The F won't carry that weight of almost 60%, right? So when the grade is reflected on their transcript, they'll still get an A, a B, a C, and that's still, they'll still get their credits. And so it won't be this drastic shock. It's just fair.
So I didn't get to, it was kind of went a little fast for me. The system itself, so what percentage or how far have we gotten with training for our entire district as far as staff on the policy? So we're at 50% of our staff has been trained on it, meaning classroom teachers? Where are we at?
So again, there's been layers of it, right? The scaffolding of the work. And so during the pandemic, when we talked about simple implementation of the grading scale, all our secondary teachers received that training, so that they could actually do the work within Synergy, right? Like, they needed that information, so they got all that training. All of our administrators have gone through the book study. I would say maybe 200 teachers have gone through the RCOE training that was provided, the 4 additional sessions. We still have Rialto High School went through the training. We still have our other schools. That's going to be the full-blown training that they have to go through. But we've had those 4 optional sessions where, you know, teachers have opted to go in, have been able to do so. This semester, it will be everyone because they will go through this conversation with their principals. So that's part of the plan. They'll have that equitable grading practices discussion at the site level with their site administrators.
And so 2 other pieces of the question is, I understand the kind of rollout and phase in of that piece. And then I heard the word about a resolution that, you know, a resolution that has to happen on us as a district moving forward to this policy, this standard-based, or excuse me, what is it?
A board policy.
Okay, I was like,
Yeah.
did I get that right? Okay. That's why we need a handout, 'cause so that's that piece. The other piece is for the rubrics for each classification of course, is it the same rubric? So if we're at Eisenhower, Carter, Myler, and Rialto, is it the same Math 1 rubric that all the teachers are using for grading? Otherwise, we're going to end up in the same type of inequitable subjective grading regardless. So that's my question.
That's such a great question. Like, it really is. So when we talk about, you know, addressing an issue, right? Usually it's a funnel, right? You have to look at it. What are those really big rocks that need to be removed till you get to that granular refinement, right? And when we look at standards-based grading, it's such a big beast. You first have to get the equitable grading scale. Then from there, teach on standards-based grading, put that into the system, right? Put that into the actual grading system. Have our teachers fully understand the standards. Our pacing lines need to become aligned. I showed you that math has already done that work, right? And once you build those layers in, those last conversations, and different principals are at different levels. I spoke to Dr. Sweeney. Dr. Sweeney is having that congruence within her PLCs so they can start talking about those rubrics, right? But if we look at the funnel, that is part of that granular refinement at the end of the process. We'll get there.
So then that was just on timeline, thinking about that. So even if we're just taking like one subject area, and I'm just going to use 2 of the ones that we are measured on, math and English language arts. If we're just taking those 2 subject areas as primary, is there a plan to kind of like really go in on those 2 subject areas, or what is that? Or is it just kind of random with who or whatever subject area is interested in really participating in this? Because
Well,
I saw from Eisenhower they had many different disciplines doing it, but is there kind of a uniform departmental thing so that student doesn't get the luck of the draw, ends up with a teacher, you know, who is going to be doing this and gets an opportunity to have equitable grading, while 6 other sections have folks who are not supportive of that?
There are some things that we're doing on our end at the district level that are you know, we're filtering the PD,
Okay.
and then within our Synergy system, we're changing the structure. Basically, the way that they input their grades needs to be on a standards-based grading model. That will not happen till 23-24. Next year, the only thing that will get locked in is the grading scale itself, right? So that in itself will help with those equitable grading practices. Now, if we want to talk about language and rubrics and pacing guides and that, yes, that will be flushed out, but again, going in and scaffolding in the work. So we're looking at that being probably 23-24.
So I just thank you for all the work that you all are doing on this, because I know this is going to be so impactful for students and their families, and how to understand how does a kid get a grade, and you're like, wait a minute, they know all this stuff, why do they still get an F, right? And thank you to the team at Eisenhower for collectively, and Mr. Davis for putting that hard work in and rallying up those cats to do this work. So thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chavez.
Thank you.
Just on the elementary, I know it came up in the parent meeting about the special eds and like when you're pulled out, and so how the current grading system on if you tardy and absence of no fault, so how that was going to be sort of removed from the actual grade. So if you can touch on that,
So
please.
at the elementary level, you know, we're taking a little bit different paths, secondary and elementary. So for elementary, for next year, we will have a standards-based grading report card. And we will have the rubrics you're describing. We've already finished the rubrics for kindergarten through 5th grade in English language arts, and we're nearly finished with the mathematics rubrics that will be standardized across the district. And if you could repeat your question, I'm sorry, I wanted
No,
to
you
kind
were
of answer
saying
both.
about the attendance and late and how that was
Yes,
going to be
so
separated.
in the
out.
past, we've had, citizenship and work habits and those type pieces. We're, in the elementary report card, we're building a very asset-based section that will be based on social emotional learning skills that we're working on. If you want to look it up, it's called CASEL, C-A-S-E-L, and it's what all of our school sites are working on through PBIS. And so that section's going to be very positive section. It's going to be, students are able to reflect on their actions. Students problem solve. Students work collaboratively. So if you go through the CASEL framework, you'll see all of these different elements. And so in that, what used to be a citizen section will be an opportunity for us to really highlight some of those wonderful behavioral assets that students are bringing to the classroom. And then if teachers feel like they need to put more of the scholarly pieces, the comment section would allow that piece of feedback for parents. Any other questions about that?
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm like, what are we doing?
Next.
Yeah,
Hi.
I'm like,
Hi, please come up. Next, we have item B3, staffing and recruitment update. Presentation on staffing and recruitment by lead personnel agents, Dr. Rhea McIver-Gibbs and Rhonda Kramer.
We were on deck and ready. Good evening, Board of Education, President Mr. Montez, Superintendent Dr. Avila, again, school board members, innovation team, and our viewing audience. I'm Dr. Rhea McIver-Gibbs, and along with my partner, Rhonda Kramer, we represent Personnel Services, and we are the very proud lead personnel agents for the Rialto Unified School District. So we want to give you an update on staffing and recruitment for this school year, and also give you an insight of also what we have been facing since the pandemic began. So onward. In our district, everything revolves around our strategic plan. So we pulled out some beliefs that represent what we stand for in terms of personnel services. Everyone has unique talents. High expectation inspires high achievement, and everyone can contribute to the good of the community. And when we say everyone, we mean everyone, and that includes all of our wonderful staff members in many service areas. Parameters. The parameters of our strategic plan are: we will make all decisions in the best interest of students, we honor the worth and dignity of each person, and we hold the highest expectations for everyone. And our employees reach that standard every day as they work to service the 24,000 plus students in our amazing school district. And when we look at the strategies associated with our plan, if you look at strategy 3, it says we will ensure we have exemplary staff not just staff, but exemplary staff who meet the holistic needs and nurture the aspirations of each student. And as we progress through our presentation, you will see that the quality of the staff members that we're hiring in our district has not faltered during these unprecedented times, but we've maintained that standard of high expectations for all within our Rialto community. And now my partner will give you some background information of trends during the pandemic.
Okay, so through the pandemic, there have been many shortages in staffing in positions throughout education, both in certificated and in classified positions. I'm sure everybody has heard about the Great Resignation that has gone clear across the entire nation. It is happening in all industries, and of the 3% of employees that left the workforce across the nation in November of 2021 alone, 0.9% of those employees were from the field of education, both classified and certificated. That's 1/3 of the resignations that came through in the month of November impacted education. Resignation increases were reflected nationwide in food services, healthcare, transportation, warehousing, and utilities, all of which impact the Rialto Unified School District. So we also have staffing shortages are no longer limited to math and special education teachers. Shortages are also in the areas of instructional assistants, bus drivers, nutrition service workers, health aides, and health clerks. The state of California reported an increase of 26% in teacher retirement since 2020 school year, or I should say since July of 2020. Not since the Great Recession in 2009-2010 have more retirements been recorded. And that information came from the state teachers retirement system. Substitute pools are at an all-time low for certificated and classified positions. Our district used to carry 350 plus substitute teachers in the district. We have 97 in our district, and we're competing with all of our surrounding districts. We have the same situation with our classified staff. We're down to 1/3 of the classified subs that we used to have. Resignations have increased in both certificated and classified employees. Recruitment efforts in the Rialto Unified School District. Everyone keeps asking, what are we doing to recruit? So Personnel Services, in collaboration with Communication Services, has diversified our recruitment efforts in the following ways to attract qualified employees to our open positions. We've done a community campaign where we have electronic billboards that are on the 210 freeway, the 10 freeway, and the 215 freeway. Recruitment flyers throughout the city. Again, Communication Services drove all over the city posting our flyers in the windows of businesses. Newspaper publications and banners on every school fence. We have attended virtual and in-person job fairs. Through social media, we have advertised on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Peachjar, you name it, communications has impacted it. We've also used Indeed and ZipRecruiter to recruit for positions. These are some of the recruitment efforts that we have used. On the left, you will see the poster and the flyer that has been sent out to all of the businesses throughout the community. We have also sent this flyer out to staff at school sites. On the right, that is a copy of the billboard up on the 210 freeway, showing that Rialto Unified School District is hiring. And then in the middle, for our sub-teachers, we've increased the rate. We were able to negotiate with our sub-teachers union to increase the daily rate and the long-term rate to try to attract more subs to our school district.
So just a little information on that rate increase. I'd like to thank the Board of Education and our superintendent for allowing us to do this and impact our community by helping us to recruit more substitutes. So we jumped our daily rate from $158 to $200, which is competitive in our area, and long-term substitutes working 21 plus days to $250. So if you look at the bottom, the teacher in training program, that has been super exciting. We have been able to place 1 to 2 substitutes every day at school sites. So they're there every day reporting to the same school site, and they receive $250 plus health benefits. And so those positions have helped us to maintain our instructional programs. So another important step to increasing certificated staffing, we're proud to announce our minority male teacher recruitment. So in collaboration with Cal State University San Bernardino, under Project Impact, we are offering financial support to interested male teachers in underrepresented categories to obtain their multiple subject, single subject, or special education teaching credential. They will be a part of a mentoring professional development network that will support them through the whole process of completing their teaching credential. We are so excited about this, and Rhonda and I will be excited to return to give you an update on the enrollment in this project with Cal State San Bernardino and how that will help us recruit and maintain teachers in our district. So also steps to increasing classified staffing. We invite all applicants to test for positions prior to screening so we can cut down on wait time. So once a position closes, our technicians are inviting them to test, and then if they pass the test, then we're screening the applicants so we can keep interest high. So there's not as much wait time through the screening process. Testing has been eliminated for school bus drivers and safety intervention officers because they come with certifications already. And then high school diplomas have been waived for substitute positions in the following areas: nutrition service workers, custodians, clerical staff, and bus drivers. And as Ms. Kramer pointed out earlier in our presentation, these are those high areas that across the nation have been impacted. So what does staffing look like in Rialto Unified School District? Here are the numbers. We have 2,929 proud RUSD employees, 1,454 certificated, 1,217 classified staff, and 252 certificated and classified hourly daily. So that category includes substitute teachers, classified substitutes, noon duty aides, and crossing guards. So this school year, we have filled 344 certificated new hire positions and promotions. And on the classified side, 497 classified new hires and promotions have been filled by the RUSD Personnel Services area. So for a grand total of 841 positions filled from July to February 2022.
Okay. So through this, we have also been looking at employee growth opportunities, because we know when employees can grow within their employer, they stay. So we have an incredible teacher induction program. We have a reading literacy authorization program where we have partnered with the University of Southern California. We have a bilingual authorization program where we have partnered with the University of California, Riverside, and the minority male teacher recruitment program through Cal State San Bernardino, which is quite a few of our male classified employees that are in that program with Cal State. So through the efforts of our dedicated employees and our very collaborative unions, our students have continued to be educated and supported by caring and qualified staff members. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Well, thank you for keeping me awake. For a second there, it felt like Wheel of Fortune.
Well, it's exciting work in personnel services.
No, we really appreciate it. I just, if I may, I think it was a really very well put together presentation, very well presented, and very well needed, because there had been various questions floating around for a while now. On exactly what's the district doing about, the staff shortages and staff, the difficulties we've been having with those shortages. So thank you, appreciate it.
Well, so now when parents complain and have those questions, you just sit them down, put that on, and let them watch it.
And from what I understand, we still have a shortage currently. We're still hiring people,
Yeah.
and we still need more people. And
Every day,
thank you.
we're working towards that.
Does anyone know what all the people who left their job, who left the workforce, are doing for, so they survive?
So actually, I've kind of been following this, and one of the things we have seen is, even though we've had the Great Resignation, and they're now saying that, the unemployment rate is going down, some people are no longer getting unemployment, but they're still content with being at home. So through COVID, many families have found that it's okay to cut back and spend more quality time or be at home. They don't have to try to keep up with the Joneses and those things. And so they've made some changes to their lifestyles. And so they've decided we don't need both parents possibly working, or they're also merging with families. And we're finding that our younger work crowd right now, if they're just not happy, they're leaving. And that's not just here. It's across the nation. They just up and leave, and they'll move on to something else. So it is really, really important that employers find ways to attract employees and to keep their employees while they're there.
And we have to realize that a lot of people died.
Yes.
And they have some long-term issue that they cannot return to the same type of work they were previously doing.
Great presentation, energy, some of the, even just the use of the photos that you all used. I love the, I don't love USC, but I love I used to be a Bruin. I was a Bruin, so, but I love the imagery, right? Saying it looked like it was a family, and people were smiling and that energy. And so even using, that's narrative, right? And so I thank you for that, even just to showing us, and I'm assuming that's what you all are doing out there as you're recruiting. I would just, I don't know what your plans are, but we are going to be graduating hundreds and hundreds of students in the next couple of months, and I'm hoping that we're making an active plan to be able to engage those graduates into these positions that are requiring, and some not even requiring high school diplomas. But I think that is such an optimal opportunity for a young person to be able to say, I'm going into a district job right there that's, heck, even minimum wage is they're not even paying minimum wage. McDonald's is paying $21 an hour. So, I was like, what? Yeah, exactly. I might leave no. But to understand that that's such an opportunity, and I'm hoping that we're planning for it in a really big way across all of our high schools. So not to discount or not include Milo Zupanik as well, but there's such an opportunity for our young people and connect them right back in. So if you haven't planned that.
You raise a really good point. We recruit often from our graduate pool for our instructional assistants. And Dr. Madrid did something very exciting. She's over, she works with our English learners department. And so in that service area, she sent out letters to all of the graduates that have a seal of biliteracy, so that they would be knowledgeable and aware that we are recruiting for bilingual instructional assistants, which has been one of our positions that it's hard to fill. And so in our recent recruitments, we've had as many, say we have 10 that come, half of them have been our graduates and our students. And so we're finding that reaching out does work, and letting them know all of the many opportunities that they have while they're going to school, or if this is the career they choose to pursue, they can come back home, stay here, and work with us, as Rhonda and I have been since the age of 5.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping that that same deliberateness that Marina did with that for the other departments that we have,
Absolutely.
that we can do that, because there's so many opportunities. Thank you.
Anybody else? Going once, going twice? Thank you.
Great, great, great.
So next we go to item C, comments. And before we go to comments, I just would like to remind the public to please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes as much as possible. I myself as chair, when I am the chair, I try to be as lenient as possible and understanding. I know it's hard sometimes to get everything in within 3 minutes, but just as a reminder, the board has asked me to remind everyone to please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes, and I'll do the same myself. Thank you very much. We'll go to, at this time, any person wishing to speak on any item not on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Dr. Alves, do we have any?
Yes, we do. First, we have Celia Sarabia.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva.
Good evening, members of the board.
Presidente Mr. Montes,
President Mr. Montes,
Vicepresidenta Miss Luis,
Vice President Ms. Lewis,
Superintendente Dr. Ávila,
Superintendent Dr.
audiencia.
Avila, and audience.
Soy Celia Sarabia y represento al grupo de apoyo de padres de niños especiales.
I am Celia Sarabia and I represent the support group of parents of special needs children.
Esta noche queremos darles nuestro agradecimiento
Tonight we want to thank you,
a nuestra mesa directiva
our board. We want to thank our board
y a nuestro superintendente
and our superintendent.
por habernos considerado
Continue.
en nuestra petición,
For having taken into consideration our petition
sugiriendo que aprobaran el mapa número 1.
in which we suggested that you approve map number 1.
En las juntas pasadas
At the last meetings,
estábamos preparados para venir a darles nuestro agradecimiento,
we were ready to thank you for such,
pero tuvimos una emergencia en nuestro grupo,
but we had an emergency in our group.
pero aquí estamos ahora.
But here we are today.
También queremos agradecerle
We also want to thank
a Dr. Burciaga
Dr. Burciaga
por contestarnos inmediatamente
for answering us or responding to us immediately
cuando hemos necesitado de su ayuda
whenever we have requested his help,
y por buscar soluciones a las necesidades de nuestros estudiantes y familiares.
and for looking for solutions that tend to the needs of our students and their families.
También queremos decirles,
We also want to let you know
somos de la comunidad de Rialto
that we are from the Rialto community
y estamos para apoyar a nuestro distrito.
and that we're here to support our districts.
Seamos positivos
Let's be positive,
y si hay algo en lo que no estemos de acuerdo,
and if there's something in which we disagree,
que nos sirva para mejorar.
let that be for an improvement.
Seamos parte de la solución.
Let's be part of the solution.
Nosotros los padres
We, the parents,
somos los ojos y los oídos de nuestra mesa directiva
are the eyes and ears of our board
y de nuestro superintendente.
and of our superintendent.
Estamos orgullosos de ustedes.
We are very proud of all of you.
Gracias por escucharnos y por solucionar.
Thank you for listening to us and for giving us solutions.
A veces pasan cosas fuertes y difíciles
Sometimes very hard and difficult things happen
que no deberían de pasar nuestros estudiantes.
that our students shouldn't have to go through.
Y nosotros, los padres de niños especiales,
And we, the parents of special needs children,
estamos aquí para apoyarlos,
are here to support you,
para decirles que nunca perdamos la confianza en nuestro distrito.
to let them know to never lose our confidence and trust in our district.
Tenemos a nuestro superintendente, Dr. Ávila, y a nuestra mesa directiva,
We have our superintendent, Dr. Avila, in our board,
y muchos administradores, maestros y trabajadores de nuestro distrito
and many administrators, teachers, and workers at our district
que se entregan al 100% a su trabajo por los estudiantes.
that give their 100% in their work for the students.
Nuestra confianza y oraciones están con ustedes.
Our trust and our prayers are with you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Zelaya. Do we have other speakers?
Yes, we have Rachel Gavin or Garvin.
She just called Saida princess just then.
Oh.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Garvin. I'm a fourth grade teacher and a proud Boyd Bulldog. And I have with me my little bulldog as well, Valentina. A couple weeks ago, I was angered and upset by the comments made at this podium by someone who made disparaging remarks about the food being served by our dear people in nutrition services. As a child, I always wanted to have hot lunch, but my family was in that in-between spot where we didn't qualify for free lunch, but we couldn't afford to buy hot lunch either. Now in San Bernardino Unified, the big kids have this super cool thing that you can sign up to work in the cafeteria and you get free hot lunch.
Right.
I was all over that every single time. Not just when it was turkey gravy getting served. So it was really frustrating to hear these comments that were made. I even mentioned it to my students the next day. I stand here today representing myself, my students, and the community, because ultimately we are grateful for not only the food that is served on a regular basis, the amazing way that they rolled out food service during the closures, the snacks we get at lunchtime, the barbecues during the summer, the food pantry giveaways. I'm sure you've seen the lines.
We got one
Clifford's
tomorrow.
even there. And let's face it, once I started teaching, do you know how excited I was that teachers can buy hot lunch? Now, many people in the district know of my deep, deep love for turkey gravy. But I also now have the opportunity to love the hands that make it for us.
Right.
I get to love the process. I get to see how happy my students are when there are certain dishes served, how we get excited. When it's tamale day, I eat with them in the cafeteria because tamales are a family and a celebration food. So we do that together. On top of that, we've got Miss Fawcett, who sets the example as the ultimate girl boss. We got Sarah, who gives the best hugs when it feels like the world's against you. Christina, who lets me know how to feed my baby when she was a baby. And even Juan, who comes in to read to my students. I have with me today a list of our favorite menu items from my fourth grade classroom. So if you need to know what day to come have lunch with us, just check in and I'll tell you what's on the menu and what our favorites are. We can admit there's a couple things we don't love, but that's not because they didn't do a good job. It's because it's just something we don't like. I also, in true elementary fashion, have brought some letters to share with you, to give to the ladies and gentlemen at Nutrition Services. They put some notes on there from other Boyd classes, along with my own. So there's plenty of reading material that you can enjoy when you need to. And as I said, the spot in the cafeteria is open whenever you want to come and hang out with us and enjoy the amazing meals that our nutrition services departments are putting out there for our kids. So thank you. Thank you for dealing with hearing the running up and down the halls. And I appreciate all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's like, I got my snacks. I'm not.
Next, we have Tobin Brinker.
Good evening, Tobin Brinker, teacher at Frisbee Middle School. I've been teaching for 27 years, 22 years at Frisbee Middle School. And over that long time, I've seen many student fights. And as a young teacher, we're always told that we have an obligation, a duty to protect the children. And I've always felt that way. But also over that 27 years, I've never been given any specific training on how to actually stop a fight. Just told that I'm responsible to make sure that kids don't harm themselves. And when I was a younger teacher, I would sometimes put my body in the way, right? To try to push between two kids that are fighting to keep them from hurting each other. And we've seen these things happen over the years. And right now we're in a time period where there's a lot of that going on, especially at the middle school level where I teach. What I'm here to speak about tonight is a culture that develops because we don't handle these things the way I think that they should be handled. First off, let me say that a couple years ago in Moreno Valley, a middle school student died in a fight. You might remember this story, made the national news. And that's every teacher's worst fear, right? So we don't want to stand on the sidelines and not get involved, but we also fear getting involved. We fear getting involved. And when someone does get involved, and let's say you try to restrain a child, and now they've all got their cameras out, right? And now the fear is that you're going to have a viral moment that can become a career ender for you, right? A career ender for you. And so teachers are hesitant to get involved. They are. I'm just going to be honest about this. This is a situation, and we've not had proper discussions and training about how do we deal with these situations. And then a situation occurs where someone does get involved, it gets filmed, and a parent complains about that adult's involvement in the fight, and then the adult gets put on admin leave, and they're out for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month. Now, I'm on duty right now in the mornings and after school. This is my week to do that at Frisbee Middle School. And as I'm walking around in the quad monitoring student behavior in the morning and after school, I hear kids talking. Oh, so-and-so got fired, so-and-so got fired. The kids think that they have the ability to get an adult fired because an adult intervened in a fight. This is wrong. This is wrong. And you had a presentation a little bit ago from your personnel, your HR department about why people leave and bringing new people in. People are leaving this profession because they don't feel safe. They don't feel supported. And it's wrong that an adult gets sent home for a month and a child gets sent home for a day when a fight occurs. That's completely backwards, right? We've got to do a better job of supporting the adults on our campus, whether that's training, and if you're going to investigate, if you think something's happened, investigate quickly and get that person back to work. You send the wrong message when you keep these people out. We've got good people that need to be on our campus. I hope that you step up and do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Paula Bailey.
It's been a minute since I've been here. Nice to see you all. I haven't got to meet Miss Lewis. Good evening, Board President, members of the board and viewing audience and cabinet. My name's Paula Bailey, and I'm a parent who I just realized I've been in this district for 21 years now. Moved here January of 2001. 3 kids that have graduated from high school, 2 at Ike, 1 at Myler, a junior, and then I got a bonus niece and nephew, and I got a 9th grader and 8th grader. And I always like to start out with positive. I think we should always look at our strengths-based and our positives. So tonight I want to speak on the positive that's going on at Eisenhower High School. We have a CTE program there that is in education. Miss Bravo is so dedicated to those kiddos, And getting them to go over to Morgan, yes, my daughter, who you've known since little, is planning on becoming a teacher. She's just loving it. She's teacher she didn't quite get connected to before. She's really there, and I'm really, really happy that program's there. The staff there has been wonderful so far this year, and I don't expect it not to be. And now for the part that's not so happy. I used to be in a lot of meetings, a lot of committees, and that kind of like dropped off. Not sure why, but you know, I've never turned away any of it. But one of the recent meetings I had been in and had seen, I think participants should be solution focused. This should be about the kids. If you are here to be negative, hostile, disrespectful to anyone, including staff, I'm sorry, that's not what the intention of these meetings are. There's other parents there, and that is not how people should feel. And if individuals are not solution focused or there with a purpose, if you have a concern, express it appropriately, but don't attack other people. It is not okay. And I hope that moving forward that the district, as all the changes go, are really looking at that when they invite individuals to committees. As you know, if you're on one committee, great. If I'm not on all the committees, that's okay. Everybody should have a part of them. But I think for the benefit, it needs to be for the students' focus. And there shouldn't be hostility toward any staff, which makes other parents who are present uncomfortable and like not want to participate. I already had a conversation with Dr. Avila about this, and you know, just by interactions, I don't know if that's actually changed. So I'm just asking you, when looking at these committees, please be solution focused and people there, you know, for the kids. And reading the agenda tonight, I'm really, really sad. I know I'm out of time to see those who are leaving our district because they have been amazing and have stuck it through so much. And I just want to say thank you to those who have been there solution focused for the kids, no matter who you are, what position, because it has to be for the kids. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Montano.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to start with sharing that I learned a new vocabulary word within the last week. And I may not have it right, but maybe Ms. Lewis can help me out with this one. Iatrogenesis is a medical term that, in short, means when the medical practitioners make worse the condition they're trying to treat. And I learned this word in this book here that's titled When School Policies Backfire, How Well-Intended Measures Can Harm Our Most Vulnerable Students. And chapter 3 of this book deals with minimum grading. And I'm just going to read a couple of quotes from the book that kind of sounds like what we're experiencing. Why the district policies aimed at quietly helping to reduce student failure have backfired. Remember, when we went on pandemic, we had students that didn't do well. And after last semester, it was reported that we have a significant number of D's and F's with our students. What's changed? 50%. Another quote, administrators are substituting their judgment for that of our teachers in the classroom. Another quote, it is not surprising that districts seek to solve issues like high rates of student failure through administrative decrees and policy decisions. But failure to engage in the process of dialogue and consensus building often results in failure to achieve the desired results. I previously come to speak 4 times on this issue, and it took 4 months to have a conversation finally. We only have 2 months left in the school year, not leaving a lot of time for conversation, as these next 2 months are going to go by fast. Our parents, or I should say many of our parents, still have not yet been told about the 50% minimum grading practice as it comes out in our parent-teacher conferences, when the student is getting a D or F and the parent is just appalled to hear that even on top of the 50%, they're still failing. There is some good reasoning and theory behind the 50% minimum, but in practice, it's not working out for us and has left issues to be unresolved. We don't tell doctors how to practice medicine, pilots how to fly, lawyers how to practice law. Let's get the conversations going and work out a no-zero policy that works. But let's also inform and invite the parents of our students into the conversations that we should be having. And why not some students as well? Someone just yesterday mentioned there is sometimes a breakdown in communication from the district office to the teachers. So I think we need to improve our communication, and that's all I will say for now. Thank you.
Mirna Ruiz.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Avila, and audience. I'm here today to say thank you so much. We've had our Alianza Latina meeting yesterday, and we wanted to say thank you to Ms. Lewis for being there.
Your microphone is cut off.
Is it a sign? Can you hear me now? No? That's nothing. Who turned it off? You ran out of battery? How many more quarters?
No problem. Have no fear, the professional is here.
That's mine too. Thank you. You're on. Okay. So, good evening, board members, Dr. Avila, cabinet, and viewing audience. So my name is Myrna Reese, and I'm here today to say thank you to Ms. Lewis for coming by our meeting yesterday. We had our Alianza Latina meeting yesterday, our general meeting. And thank you for everybody that was there, Dr. Avila. We had presentations from Beth Curtis, Mr. Burciaga, Dr. Chavez was there as well. But I also wanted to give a huge thank you as well to the Parent Center, to Wendy and Mr. William that were there presenting and introducing themselves, introducing the Parent Center, and also talking about the Parent Summit that's going to be coming up. So just wanted to say thank you on that. I also wanted to, I'm going to put everything in my 3 minutes. I also wanted to say thank you on a side note to Mr. Camarena, the principal from Myers. He's always been so great at helping our kiddos that receive special services. There's not one issue that goes undone. He tries his very best, and he always communicates with the parents, which is something that I always ask for, communication. And regardless, he's always willing to help. He always goes that extra mile. So I just wanted to give him, a thank you for doing that. And then I also, real quick, yesterday we had a presentation, with the equitable grading practice. They presented that yesterday, our Alianza group. And after the meeting, we were talking with some of the parents, and even though there was not much understanding of the whole thing, but we came to the conclusion that this is something that we do support. It's something that we do need, to have our kids be graded on the knowledge that they do have. I do have a personal story with my daughter, but I don't have a lot of time. But based on that, and this happened a while back at Carter, and I know Ms. Lewis heard my story, but it's something that she was in special, she was getting special services, and it had to do with her not being at a class, and she was being graded on not being in class during that time for 30 minutes because she was getting speech therapy, and that became an issue. So she wasn't being graded on the actual knowledge that she had, and when that was brought up, then all of a sudden, she has an A based on the knowledge and all the test scores and everything that she was getting. But she was being literally graded on the fact that she was missing class for 30 minutes going to her speech therapy. So based on that, I just want to say thank you and have a good night. Oh, and enjoy your spring break during winter.
That's all we have on items not on the agenda.
All right, next we go to items on the agenda.
We have several. We have Brian, is it Phi or Fee?
Hi, esteemed board members, Mr. Avila, Superintendent. I'm here tonight in regards to item F3, the E-rate filing for the network services gear. I just wanted to come and make a statement to you guys so that you knew clarification on what happened and why there was, excuse me, I'm nervous, I've never been in front of a board before.
Take your time.
Why there was a protest filed, and that it was not necessarily the partner's fault that was the winning partner. There was a part number screw up in the one that they put in the bid versus the one they actually got. There was no cost difference to that part number. And we did reply from that perspective in the writing. I don't know if that changes it based on the process or doesn't, but we wanted to go on record and make sure that that was clear to everybody, and that there is a significant cost savings between the first partner and the second partner, and we would hope that you would take that into consideration. And there is method inside the E-rate process to correct the part number from a bid from a clerical perspective. It's in the next process in the 471 filing, and it does allow you to correct that SKU to the proper SKU. Okay, I work for Fortinet, by the way. I'm sorry, I'm the vendor that has the equipment in the first partner's proposal to you guys. So, and we have a great relationship with you guys. We'd like to keep it that way. I was just here to clarify that information. Okay?
If it's okay, could you stick around in case we have some more questions when we get to the item?
Sure, happy to. Thank you. Yep.
Tobin Brinker.
Good evening, Tobin Brinker, Frisbee Middle School. I'm speaking on item B2, the grading policy that you had a presentation on tonight. I see the clock is ticking for me. I've got 3 minutes to speak. Your district staff had 30 minutes to speak with 15 minutes of follow-up questions. And I would tell you, as a teacher, while they gave you a beautiful presentation, I would give it an F. It would fail. Why? It was completely one-sided. Completely one-sided. You got the go team. Go, go, go. Sadly, today I stand in front of you as part of the no team. Now, let me tell you, I came here back in September and talked to you about this exact issue, and I shared with you, for the last 6 years, I've been using the 50% policy. I don't give zeros in my class. I'm on board. I think it's a good policy. But I also told you in September, and I need to say it again now, there's a lot of teachers who don't agree with it, and they've got good reasons for disagreeing with it, and you're not giving yourselves enough time to understand the issues. You need to actually talk to the teachers and find out why they have issues, okay? More than 3 minutes time. You need to give it equal time, okay? Let me tell you what I see. We have devalued what grades mean for a lot of our kids. We have kids who don't show up, who show up and do nothing, and they still get the 50%. Our district's policy has been implemented without really discussing it with the teachers, so that if I put a 0 in the grade book, it automatically gives the kids 50% of the points, whether I want it to or not. It just gives it to them, right? Your discretion, not mine. I'm the professional. 27 years in the classroom, doesn't matter. My opinion doesn't matter. If I'm supposed to sign a document that says this kid knows these things, and yet your grading system's telling me, well, they got this grade, but I know that they really don't know it. There's problems here. There's real problems here. A friend of mine told me, you know, part of this that goes along with this, and this is how we've devalued grades. You have a 6th grade student, fails every class, we send him to 7th grade. Fails every class, send him to 8th grade. Fails every class, we send him to 9th grade. This is a deep, significant problem, and your teachers want to help you to solve it. I say here that I stand here as part of the no team, but what I'm really saying to you is that we should stop this process right here, and that we should have a full discussion of everyone in this district on an equal footing before we start just ramming it down our throats. And that's what it feels like. There's a lot of teachers in this district that feel like our voices are not being heard. We are not being heard. We're the people in the classroom working with the kids. When you go out in the real world, if you don't show up for work, they don't give you half your pay. You know, we have to think about the real world down the road too. And again, I use the 50%. I see some value there. And we can talk about that, but there are other issues at stake here as well. And you need to take the time to understand what they are and why there are certain situations where teachers will tell you, you know what, that's not appropriate to give them 50%. And we need to have deeper discussions with individual kids. You know, I hear the word equity thrown around a lot. Equity does not mean doing the same thing, the exact same thing for every kid in this district, saying 50% is going to be the new 0, the new bottom. Trust your professionals. Trust your teachers. Listen to us. At least give us the opportunity to speak to you, not just 3 minutes. It's not fair. Thank you.
Michael Montano.
Feel like Neil Diamond. Hello again. I'm going to start by asking if you could please be a little lenient with me. I'm a little frustrated right now on this. Surprising I'm not red in the face with Dr. Patty Chavez trying to prevent me from speaking on this. So I'm a little upset about that. So if you could be a little lenient with me on the time. So, first, I'd like to give a shout out to those at Eisenhower that have worked on the what they were working on, and especially the principal who allowed them to do so. Schools have tried to implement standard-based grading since the late 90s and ultimately have reverted back to traditional grading. How many schools are you aware that have been doing standard-based grading successfully for a full graduating class? And I speak for high school. I don't know the ins and outs of junior high and middle school. I came to speak on the 50% back in October a few times and a few times since. Standard-based grading will foreseeably be 2 to 3 times worse in terms of D's and F's. It can negatively affect GPA for college admission and scholarships. It can also affect our students with special needs. Implementation should be from the ground up, not the top down, as there are too many variables at stake beyond the standards. I'm sure we're not happy with the district's performance on state tests. If we use those standards to grade, the grading period outcomes should reflect our state scores. I'm sure we're not happy with those. We are supposed to work on developing the student as a whole to be productive citizens ready for college and the workforce. Standards-based grading results in teaching less. Let's not use our students as guinea pigs. Let's not put another plane up in the air before it's finished being built. Instead, first, let's find a school with similar student demographics that has a few years of successful implementation of standards-based grading and copy what they've done, or wait until there is one to copy. I'm going to leave you guys with the board some articles titled Standard-Based Grading Will Ruin Education, 5 Problems with Standards-Based Grading, 3 Reasons Why Standards-Based Grading is Failing Our Children, Standards-Based Grading Won't Help Students, Is Standards-Based Grading the Answer, Beware of the Standards, Not Just the Test, and It's Just Not Fair, Making Sense of Standards, Secondary Students' Resistance to Standards-Based Grading. After talking to a few teachers at our site, we've joked and agreed, and I'm in there with them, that we would rather have the previous administrator back at our site than to go down this road of standards-based grading, especially when we have not addressed the issues with the 50% grading or even informed our parents about the practice. Thank you for your time, and there are a copy of each of those titles that I mentioned for you guys here. Also, as I spoke on this, I'm speaking against the idea, not the people. As I gave props at one of the last board meetings, I have nothing but the utmost respect for Beth Curtis, and I don't know the others as well, but it's the idea, not the people. Thank you.
That's all we have.
All right, next we go to item C3, comments from association executive board members. And we'll start with REA.
Let's see here. Good evening, school board, Dr. Avila and the innovation team, and viewing audience. My name is Maisha Calloway, and I'm the REA president for the Rialto Unified School District. I wanted to say congrats to the Myler High school staff and the students for all of their hard work and their recognition that they just received. I came tonight to keep it really light, but I'm gonna have to divert left for a few seconds. So as we already know that the item of this grading policy was brought up again tonight. Last board meeting, I did ask the board how much did they know about the policy and what was going to be going on. I am appreciative to Ed Services because we've been meeting with them and discussing different things and how the teachers are feeling about this situation. So these are kind of like my comments with going along with the presentation that was presented tonight. It was kind of made to sound as all of the teachers were trained during COVID on this whole policy, but we weren't. It was kind of like a quick throw out Band-Aid thing in the need, time of emergency. Let's see what we can do. So all the teachers kind of hopped on board. Okay, we're not giving zeros. So, like I said, that was a Band-Aid, literally brief, no full-blown training at all whatsoever. I was in the classroom at that time, so I'm speaking from personal
bottom line, personal experience. The other thing is that, yes, Rialto High was reading a book about it, but once again, there was no full district training or talk about this. It kind of got thrown out there during COVID. As of now, we've been told that nothing is mandatory, but it is a policy, but it's not. But in your grade book, as they showed you guys, that if you put in a 0, it's going to be converted. So this is where the confusion is coming in. So Rialto's history. We have this oddball history of putting the cart before the horse. This is what I've already spoken to Ed Services about. We know that this is the policy and this is where the district wants to lead to, but the issue is, once again, we're always talking about the stakeholders. And if the teachers are the ones giving the grades, how do you guys properly expect them to roll out something that we haven't been trained on? Little bits and pieces here and there in briefing is not training. This is where the frustration always comes in, because we do this often. This is what you guys are going to do. Oh, you're not trained, so now let's back dance. Now we're going to train you, but there's frustration and there's confusion. So with this whole policy, we're going in the same direction. And I've already expressed this to Ed Services. We've discussed it. As they mentioned, the grading scale being rolled out next year, how? And we haven't been trained. We're going into March. When we get back from school, it's April. When is the training going to be done? They showed on the slideshow, let me pull up my handy dandy picture. We were discussing that Dr. Chavez and Dr. Burciago are going to do the road show to start rolling this out, but that's step 1. So our request is that we are pausing this because we need a year of training and understanding in the community. As you guys are hearing, everything's just kind of, it's being thrown out at one time. We met with this parent group. They said, yeah, this site is on board, but that's something they've been doing on their own at Eisenhower, is the Pioneer program. They do have a lot to say that's positive. They've discussed that with me. But as you heard him say, he's been doing that for years. This wasn't something that they just threw out there over at Eisenhower. So even within their own site, they've trained each other and gone over this philosophy, the practice, and the why of things. Bottom line, the same thing we requested is this needs to roll out after next year. I'm going to say this again. March is almost over. How are we going to implement a whole new grading policy and most of the teachers don't have a clue of what it is? So that's the biggest issue right now. The students are the stakeholders and the teachers are the stakeholders, and we're the ones that have to implement this. So there has to be training done. We're tired of doing this cycle, and we all thought we were on this good path of doing things in an orderly manner, but once again, this is being pushed. Like I say, I'm thankful that they've let me have this discussion, but here we are, it's gonna roll out next year. That's what was just stated. We're gonna start using this. How are they gonna use something that they haven't been trained on? We were in agreement that they were gonna go to the schools, talk to the admin, let the teachers ask questions, let the teachers get an understanding, but that hasn't even been done yet. So we're still waiting for that step to be done before we say, once again, we're gonna start implementing something next school year. We do know that the elementary, they have been meeting, but everyone has not been trained. The teachers don't get it. How do you want the teachers to enforce something that they don't understand? Like we said, how is it, someone brought up, how is this gonna affect the special ed classes? How is this going to affect all of our different students that we're servicing, and the teachers haven't been properly trained? The why of this. That's why the frustration keeps coming out. So once again, we don't feel like we need to implement this next school year. You can't implement something you don't properly know how to do or understand. So we're asking that if this is the direction the district's going in, that we halt and pause. It was also brought up that the Carter was doing it and Eisenhower, but from those same sites, those are the teachers that are emailing me, why are we doing this? What is this? Are they going to train us? What's the why? So I just want to keep pushing that we're not ready for this. And I want to know if, once again, as board members, do you guys fully explain this board policy and all the elements and the ways that it's going to be rolled out? Teachers need time to go over this stuff, to have PLCs, which is meetings where they work together, they discuss, like someone else mentioned. How do I know that Miss Zinger down the street is going to be doing her stuff different than Miss Totem Pole up the street in the hallway? They haven't even had a chance to discuss and see, what does a 1 look like? What does the score of a 2 look like? What does the score of a 3 look like? We haven't done any of this, any of it at all whatsoever. So I get confused once again when I thought we were going to slow this down, but now it's like full speed ahead, gas pedal. So that highly concerns me. And that's where a lot of this frustration is coming from. So I just really want you guys to think about this. And if the teachers are saying they're not ready because no one's trained all of them, that's what it means. And no one else can tell a teacher what they know or don't know. It hasn't properly been rolled out, and there's no way in the world that we can implement this properly next year. And this is going to be dealing with students' grades, the high schoolers' livelihood. So I'm just requesting that you guys really take a look and dive deep into this, because it's serious. And like we said, the teacher's request is we need the training, the philosophy, the why. We need the time to discuss. And yes, there's committees at the elementary level. They're gracious enough that we formed the committee at the middle school and high school level, but they haven't even met yet. That was supposed to be a part of the rest of this year. The road show, let the high school and middle schools committees meet. We haven't even done that yet. The elementary school committees, they've been meeting, but that's it. That hasn't even rolled out to all the sites yet. So I don't know what's going to happen in April and May. That's odd. The other thing that I've been saying is that this is one of the only systems in our district where things are optional. They even stated that the little training explanation that has been rolled out has been optional. If this is something that every teacher is going to be implementing, signing their names on the report card, how can it be optional as of now, and we're going to go ahead and do that next year? So that's a major, major big concern. So I just really want you guys to think about that and how we're rolling this out, and let's not keep repeating the history on this. So is my 3 minutes up, or can I still go? Am I a 3-minute-er
That was
tonight too?
6 minutes.
Yeah, about 10 minutes, but
Okay.
if you'd like to wrap it up.
Okay, thank you. So like I said, I wasn't going to speak on that, but it just shifted that way. The other thing that I want to comment on, and I would love for the board to check on this, when we were discussing the internet, I know Mr. Martinez brought up, oh, we need to look into other carriers, AT&T and all that. That's not even the issue right now. And I don't know, as the board, if you guys know that that's not the issue. And that it's actually equipment at different sites. So last we knew, we were waiting on a grant to get this fixed. So hopefully you guys can let us know when this grant is going to come through and how long this is going to take. The big frustration with this is all during COVID, like I mentioned before, we asked, get the internet fixed, easy fix, as they're cutting out during the meetings. We're looking at the email, you know, the internet drop. We're at home, they're here, and the internet's dropping, easy fix. So we just want to know if you guys fully know what's the issue and can we get a jump start on this to get that fixed. So that's one thing that I wanted to clarify with the internet. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was back to my regular scheduled program. Thank you, all REA unit members, for all of your hard work up until this time. When I say thank you, I'm talking to all the teachers, the strategists, the specialists, the coaches, the TOSAs, the counselors, the speech therapists, the induction department, and anybody else that is a REA unit member. Thank you. We've almost pushed through this school year. You guys have been going through a lot. I know there's a lot of mental stress, and I hope that over the break, everybody can just air out and relax. Last of and not least, I want to say a big thank you to our nurses. Our nurses have been carrying us through this COVID for all of these months, and not only have they been taking care of the wonderful students that need them on a daily basis, but they've literally been taking care of all of us with the COVID. So I want to, just say thank you to the nurses. Also, of course, CSCA, we appreciate you guys. We know you've been working hard as well. And I also want to say thank you to Nutritional Services. I've been really enjoying myself before the last few breaks, Christmas, and before our last vacation, being out there and just seeing the community and all of that good stuff. So everyone rest and relax over break, and I will see you all when we return. Thank you.
Next we go to California School Employees Association, CSEA. Next we go to Communication Workers of America, CWA.
Okay, good evening, Honorable Board, Superintendent, and staff. I am Teresa Hunter with Communications Workers of America. I am the Area Vice President, and this is Heather Estruck. She is your Chief Steward. We are here this evening. We have our proposal on this agenda. It is the reopener of our contract that began on July 1 of 2021. So we have a reopener every year for 3 years, and this is our first reopener. We thank you in advance for your approval of our proposal as we look forward to that. And we look forward to, we cannot believe that already we only have 2 months to go. It's been quite a fight. We represent Rialto Unified School District and also San Bernardino City Unified School District. So I don't know what you may have heard about San Bernardino, but it's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. Anyway, we'd like to thank you very much. Thank you for your attention, and you guys have a great evening and have a fantastic break. And we'll see you when you return.
Thank you. Next we go to Rialto School Managers Association.
All right, well, good evening, board members, President Montes, Dr. Avila, Board of Education, and our amazing innovation team, and the viewing audience out there, right, watching us today. My name is Mario Carranza, and I'm the treasurer of the Rialto School Managers Association. So I'm here to brag a little bit about RSMA and the things that we've done the past few months. In February, we recognized all of our members during our Love event. Each member received a bundt cake as a token of our appreciation and a way to show them that we see you and that we appreciate all that you do. We also hosted our 3rd annual Equity Forum. We were fortunate to have a rich discussion with Dr. Angela Luke from Cal State San Bernardino. She presented on equity partnerships, a culturally proficient guide to family, school, and community engagement. And thank you, Dr. Avila, for supporting us by attending our event. We appreciate that. Upcoming, we have our scholarship selection process for RUSD seniors and one RSMA members senior as well. And last but not least, this afternoon, all our members received an email from Working Advantage. This is a website in which all members receive discounts and perks on theme parks, apparel, fitness memberships, hotels, movie tickets, and special events. So thank you, have a great evening, and we encourage everyone to get some well-deserved rest this spring break. Thank you.
Next, we go to comments from our student board member, Mr. Julian Hunter.
All right, my comments is actually a writing assignment for Dr. Avila and the Board of Education. In light of Women's History Month, I would like all of you to write a thank you card to the most important woman in your lives. So.
Thank you. Next, we go to comments from our superintendent.
Thank you, President Montes. So I visit schools and classrooms regularly throughout the district just to reconnect with all the good that's happening in our schools. And so today I want to focus on three things. One is the teachers that I visited recently. I want to really thank Mrs. Susan Tarbutton at Casey for allowing me to visit her classroom and have a conversation with the kids. They put me on the spot. They asked me a lot of questions. They wanted to know who this man was, who the superintendent is, what does he do, and how did I manage to get into this profession. But a very lively conversation, very engaging kids there. I also visited Miss O'Brien and Mr. Navarro at Carter High School, both art teachers, amazing things happening in there. And I can tell you that they're amazing because of the engagement in the classroom, and it's not something that I walk into and students scramble because somebody's coming into the classroom. Those kids, half the time, they don't know that I'm in there until I'm actually walking around because they're so engaged in the assignments that they're working on. So I wanted to thank them for keeping our kids engaged throughout the school year. And also Miss Israel at Fitzgerald Elementary for allowing me to visit her classroom and reading to the kids last week, actually earlier this week for Read Across Rialto Unified School District as part of Read Across America activities throughout our district. So thank you so much for allowing me to share my reading skills to those kids. But also especially I want to thank teachers who are committed to literacy, the early grade teachers, and especially those that are working on obtaining their certificates and the reading authorizations. You saw part of it earlier during the presentation, those teachers that are at USC. We have others that are going through other training models in order to increase their skills and their abilities to teach reading to our kids, because you're truly making a difference. And I see this as I walk into classrooms, visit classrooms, and just the level of engagement on the part of the adults and the kids in the classrooms. And please know that the negativity that schools and districts experience from time to time does not overshadow all the good or undo all the good that takes place in our schools. And I, for one, can attest to that in our district, because each time that I visit a school, I just see amazing things happening in our classroom. The second thing I want to address, and this is really a call to the parents, because this is the topic is social media. And we know that this is a completely different undertaking. Social media is a tool that we and students can use to promote good, constructive behaviors, energies, and interests, or to promote, unfortunately, self-destructive energy and behaviors. And the amount of time that social media takes away from study and from learning is just not doing any good for many of our kids. And parents, please know that as teachers, as administrators, as support staff, as schools, we cannot do this alone. And we're really I'm calling on you to assist us in making sure that our kids are using social media for all the good reasons and not for all the things that we see from time to time that are just destructive and really leads to kids engaging in very negative behavior that is not very productive. And the third thing that I want to talk about, many of you already know that the mask mandates are being lifted. So when we do come back after spring break, please know as a reminder that masks will be optional for both students and staff, meaning that we will not be enforcing the mask mandate anymore. But I do encourage you to continue to practice safe practices to make sure that you wash your hands regularly and you're not in each other's faces breathing. So please do everything that you can to continue to be safe, both at home and here on our campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we go to comments from members of the Board of Education, and we'll go with ladies first. That's okay. So Kelly.
Okay. First of all, I have some proud former principal news for Eisenhower High School. The WGI Sport of the Arts is the world's premier organization producing indoor color guard, percussion, and winds competitions. It's called the Sport of the Arts because it brings music to life through performance in a competitive format. And I am very proud to say that the Rialto Unified School District entered and competed in their first Winter Guard International Regional competition at Great Oak High School in Temecula. Our students were composed mostly of Eisenhower High School students plus 3 Carter High School students. Since they were a combined group of students, they had to compete in the Independent A division, which is really meant for college students. They competed under the name Pace Percussion Ensemble, and they won their first WGI Regional Championship. It's the first one in the history of the Rialto Unified School District. So that is something to really celebrate and be proud of. We are so proud of you, and keep up the good work. And the other thing I wanted to talk about, I wanted to follow up on what Maisha was saying. As someone who was a teacher and an administrator in this district for over 40 years, what she is saying makes perfect sense. I have seen so many things implemented top down with no or little or no input from teachers who are the ones who are going to be using it, and it doesn't work. So if we are going to roll this out, we need to take our time and do it properly. They need the training they need to get. They need a chance to talk together in PLCs, departments, or whatever at schools, and discuss it, how it's going to work, what it's going to look like. They need to get the feel of it. If you just say, this is what we're going to do, guess what? They're not going to be happy. And if they're not happy, good things are not going to happen. I have seen it happen in this district too many times. And those of you who've been here a while, I think know some of the things I'm talking about. So I really want to ask for what Maisha was saying. Let's put it on pause, roll it out more slowly, but with direct teacher input from the very beginning. So that, because this is going to be their grading program, and if they don't understand it, it's not going to work well. So I want them to know that we are going to do everything we can to make sure we're not in a race here. We're trying to make a massive change, and we need to do it with thoughtful experience. And Well, I'll leave it at that. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Board Clerk, Miss Nancy O'Kelly. Next, we go to our very own Vice President, Mrs. Stephanie Lewis.
Well, I'm so proud to be a woman. That was my only option. Well, I guess you have options, but I'm glad I accepted my fate, and it's a beautiful thing. And so I had opportunity to just be with educators across the country. You know, sometimes you can just you want to see a variety, how people are pivoting, how they're reimagining some of the same issues. And so went to a national conference, which was really pretty much everyone was grappling with the challenges and the coming up with exceptional programs. And they were dealing with different rollouts. So we're right at the cutting edge. We're rethinking, we're retooling, we're thinking of better process. So it's a good thing. And it's also a good thing to have healthy dialogue and debate.
Right.
I love passion, because passion means you care. So to have this fire around grading and this passion that I hear and this concern, that means that everyone care on both sides. And the students, they will care too, because at least we need to involve them. So I would love to be in the forum and hear the students and the parents and the teachers of the pro and con. I mean, it's a good thing to really discuss different ideas and how you can come, and you usually get a better product.
Right.
And the time and the processing. But one of the things that really struck me that I took away is thoughts, words, action, habit, character, and destiny. Your thoughts become your words become your habits become your character, and your character becomes your destiny. And as we have healthy dialogue and passion, we have to remember that we are on display for the character of our kids.
Mhm.
They're seeing how we problem solve. They're seeing how we embrace change, because change is certain and change will come. And you don't want to be stagnant, because stagnant, nothing really grows in stagnant water. So as a district, we can't be stagnant, but we have to really think about the process and how we are displaying this process and create a healthy environment for everyone, because it's the children's education, and that's our primary focus. And our primary focus is to step away from the old practice, but incorporate everyone into a new system. Let me see. I am woman, Henry Roy.
The number is too big to ignore.
You just stopped talking, and that's it. I just wasn't sure if you were pausing to say some more. If that's all you have for tonight, that's fine. We'll take it.
And thank you for that. Thank you.
Next, we go to our very own Mr. Joseph Ayala. Martinez.
Little golf?
I don't know where that came from.
Yeah. He's probably doing very well. I think about him often. I hear he's enjoying life on the greens and getting what he wanted out of life.
Lucky him.
Yeah, that's really kids, adults. That's really what it's about. You're here for a reason. If you can find that reason out, then your life will be so much better, because everything will align. It's like if you're out of alignment with what God's plan for you is or will be, you're going to be out in the fringes. But if you can get in that, I call it my comfortable rut, and I don't mind it. When I was 14, I minded it. But now, in hindsight, it's a good thing. I didn't want to talk about grading tonight. I wanted to talk about the past errors, unforced errors, if you will, in the district. I've given it a lot of thought. Why did administrators not follow the procedures set forth by the board? And this is for over a decade. I'm referring to the incident up at Carter. And I don't want to say too much because it's a legal issue, but what I am going to say is that reminds me of an old movie. Here, speaking of Mr. Ayala, maybe I'll borrow his three-legged stool. Cool Hand Luke. We have a failure to communicate. And what the board communicates here doesn't get transferred off the principals to the vice principals to the front row, to the front lines where it needs to be implemented. And we could be talking about grading at that point. So there needs to be a better way. And that probably needs to be a verbal, because paperwork, if you see my desk, paperwork gets shuffled and it gets lost. So if enough people are talking about, in this case, grading, but it could be any topic, it needs to be communicated from the district office all the way down to the front lines, whether that's classified or certificated or the public. Then if we can do that, that's half the battle, because then there will be less unforced errors. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. And again, I do apologize. Me and you both suffer from being mistaken for each other's last name. When Mr. Ayala was here, it happened. And I don't know where that came out of left field tonight, but
gray hair makes
but
us all look
I guess I
alike.
must have been thinking about him, you know. And wherever Mr. Ayala is tonight, we wish him well.
Absolutely.
And may he continue to enjoy his retirement. Next we go to Ms. Walker.
Only comment is Happy Women's History Month. Thank you.
Thank you. I too want to just say Happy International Women's Day. It was yesterday. To all the women out there around the world, we salute you, we applaud you, we thank you for everything you do, especially giving birth to the rest of us. And just being women, thank you for everything you do. We men cannot imagine how hard it must be to give birth and just to be a woman in general. If I could apologize for all the men out there, I can only apologize for myself, but I think you guys know where I'm going with this, so I'll just stop. I don't want to get anybody in trouble, including myself.
Especially yourself.
Including myself. But thank you for everything you do, and I want to thank my wife, Lena, at home, who's probably watching this meeting, getting ready to beat me up when I get home. I want to also just say March is Women's History Month. You know, may we do a little more to look up some women's history this month. If you know, it doesn't hurt to always learn a little more. The pantry distribution, I got a text message earlier. It looks like Nutrition Services will be having a pantry distribution from 4 to 6 at Chavez Huerta Center. The address is 324 Palm Avenue. It says to enter on the Willow Avenue side. The pantry will be from 4 to 6 or until supplies last. These distributions get really popular, and I've seen lines and lines of vehicles line up, and they will be handing out one per vehicle. So for all those out there can make it out, they'll be there. Regarding the teacher who came from Boyd Elementary. I just wanted to thank her for her comments. She left us some posters. It'd be nice if we could get those up on those empty frames there on the walls, or maybe out throughout the halls, because those students made those regarding the food and the food that they love at our schools and our district. I think we're doing something right. I wanted to thank her for that. I did want to speak regarding professional assault response training, also known as PART. I'm not sure if the district employees are required to train in some type of PART training or something similar, but if there is not a requirement, is there a requirement, Mr. Harris?
No.
PART, professional assault response training,
No.
or any type of safety training in case of physical altercation? Do staff receive any kind of training?
We do for students who are in special education programs.
But what about the general public?
Good evening, Board of Education. For the gen ed teachers, there is no actual requirement that they go through for that particular process.
Thank you. But for special education, they do.
Yeah, they go through, there is a PCM training for various student situations to make
Right.
sure that things are done in a safe manner.
Thank you very much. Thank you, appreciate it. And that was Mr. Derek Harris, Director of Risk Management, for those of you who don't know. Professional assault response training is required in certain types of job settings, certain types of industries. And I know because the previous job, when right out of high school, I received professional assault response training for a job where I was working at a psychiatric rehabilitation hospital, and all of the employees there had to have professional assault response training. If our employees who deal with who work with our special education students are required to get this type of training or similar training, I don't see why it wouldn't be a bad idea to get that kind of training for all of our employees. I think as a parent, we want to know, I think parents want to know, I think staff want to be able to help a child if they feel like they're being beat up or attacked, or if the student is attacking an adult, or if a student is hurting themselves in just in a dangerous, hurting themselves physically in a way. There needs to be training for that, because it's hard to expect them to do anything if they're not properly trained, or at least receive some type of training in how to handle the situation, or how to safely hold the student or separate the students. The last thing we want is for a good intended employee to try to break up a fight, an employee with good intentions to try to stop a fight, to wind up getting hurt or wind up hurting the students even more than the fight itself. So I think it's a good idea to consider PART training or similar type training for all employees, especially employees who work with the students. And we can't always rely on our safety officers. We can't always rely on law enforcement to get there. If there's a fight, by the time we call, the site calls the police and the police response. I mean, 1 minute is a really long time for a fight to go on. Sometimes even just 30 seconds, less than that. If there's an adult available that can stop a fight or try to stop a fight or help, restrain a violent student or safely break up a fight, I think it's well warranted that we provide this type of training, or we look into these types of trainings, because again, we want to continue to focus on safety as our one of our priorities. So I want to thank Tobin Brinker for bringing that up regarding training for that. I think it's very well warranted. We should definitely look into it. Regarding the training for standardized base grading, you know, a lot of the board members, including myself, have just been kind of, you know, we're kind of neutral on this thing. We don't really say anything. We don't really want to say anything. And we do understand, we have been getting emails, and we do hear the employees, our teachers. We hear you loud and clear. We believe that there are really good intentions behind this effort to move towards a newer standard of grading. I think, at least I can speak for myself, I believe that there are really good intentions in the district and the leadership in regards to leading the district towards a newer standard of grading, a new way of grading. I don't think it's anybody's intention to criticize or say that anybody is doing it wrong, or say that anybody is messing up or making mistakes. I think the intention behind it is study-based research that tends to show positive light, shed positive light on changing some of the ways that districts, that schools are grading students, particularly when it comes to students that come from disadvantaged communities, students of minority. You know, it's no secret that in districts, black and brown students oftentimes are twice as likely to get suspended or expelled compared to, you know, other students. And I'm not saying that's the case with grading, but I think there's just an effort in general to try to do as much as everybody can to improve our education, to make it as fair as possible for our students to get good grades, to really make it as fair as possible, to really put a grade on a student. You know, it's very difficult. I applaud the new way of grading the elementaries. You know, how do you tell a second grader or a third grader, how do you tell their parents, or how do you tell them, hey, you're getting an F, you're a failure, you're a flunker, you're a flunking? It's the psychological, I think about the psychological impact of telling a child, a kindergarten, a first grader, a third grader, a fifth grader, you know, you have all Fs, as opposed to, you know, you're not proficient in a subject. And I applaud the way that they're going about trying to make these improvements, but I also want to say that I do believe that many people have a point, and Ms. O'Kelly mentioned it, Maisha mentioned it. If it is the consensus that we want to try something, or we want to change something, there needs to be training, there needs to be sufficient training, there needs to be sufficient time, there needs to be dialogue. Parents and students should also take part in that discussion. I think if training and time is what people are asking for, I think that's a very warranted thing to ask for. I think that's a very warranted thing that they should be granted. If training, more training and more time is what people are saying that they need. Now, if there needs to be a debate held as to whether this works or doesn't work, then I challenge everybody. I challenge you, have a debate about it. Go to the drawing board. If the argument is that the standard-based grading will work, or it's been proven to work like it has at Eisenhower High School, great for them. we commend them, we applaud them. The principal, all his team, and all of the teachers that are doing a good job at Eisenhower, good for them. How can we do that in other schools? If it's going to take time and it's going to take training, then let's give them the time and the training. But if there's people out there saying, you know what, I absolutely disagree, this will never work. Okay, well then let's put everybody to the test, let's rise to the occasion, and let's make the argument. Those who are for it, why is it good? Why will it work? And those who are against it, that will never accept it, okay? Why will it not work? Show us. Don't just tell us. Show us why it's going to work or why it's not going to work. You can gather the board, you can gather parents, you can gather people district-wide, people from the community. Speak to the parents, speak to the teachers. Have that dialogue with the students. It can be explained. It can be put in a nutshell. It doesn't have to be, very complicated. I skimmed through this book, and it, says a lot of good things, but saying it and actually having it done are two different things. And I'm not judging the book. I still need to finish it. I still need to finish reading it. But I just say, you know what? If there's people who realize, hey, this is good, but it's going to take time and it's going to take training, then let's do that for them. If that's what they're asking for, let's bring them to the table. But if there's people who are saying it's the worst thing to happen to public education, all right, well then show us. Prove it to us. And if you guys want any advice on debate, you could ask the Carter High School debate team over there, because they've won national recognition on debate. But I think the board just kind of feels like, hey, this sounds good, and then, and then we hear other people saying, hey, well, it sounds good, but we need training and we need time, and then we're hearing other people say it'll never work. It's like, well, what's going on here? Let's try to work together. Let's try to come together and see what we can do. And Ms. O'Calley's right. Top-down mandates, top-down policies sometimes can feel heavy-handed, and I don't think that's the intention of anybody here at the district. I don't think that's the intention of the board. I just think that we want to try to support those people and those programs and those things that are going to help us as much as possible for the good of our students. So with that, last but not least, I was going to try to stick to 3 minutes, and I'm going up past the 3 minutes myself.
Did the student have comment time?
He did.
Okay,
He did.
I didn't hear it. I wasn't here. So.
But he has an assignment for you.
Okay. Is it going to blow up in
Do
2
you
minutes?
want to tell him what it is?
Yeah, so in light of Women's History Month, I am passing out thank you cards that I would like you guys to fill out and write to the most important woman in your lives. Just as a thank you for just, everything they do and just, I guess, being there.
I have a request. Dr. Avila, can you all make sure that we get the presentation that Dr. Chavez presented around the standard days? So that we actually have it in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to wrap it up, again, me, myself, personally, I'm not really, too sure 100% one way or the other, but if I hear that, if I'm getting it right from what I'm hearing, people are asking for time and people are asking for training, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And again, if there's people who just don't believe in it, then let's rise to the occasion and let's get the data, let's get the proof, and let's show why it will never work. And for those who are for it, let's show why it will. All right, let's get on with the show.
You want to release it? Oh, You know, it's almost 10 o'clock. You want to go, Okay.
Next, we go to public hearing, item D1, open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Do we have a
Move to open
motion?
public hearing.
Second.
Okay.
President Montes, before we continue, Julian, you're free to go, sir. You can stick around as long as you want.
Oh, they already told him.
what I
that.
told him.
He
That's
said
what I
he's
was
good.
like.
Yeah, he said he's good. Thank you, guys. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, vote by board members to open public hearing. Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Vice
Aye.
President Lewis? And myself, aye. The time is 9:45. Item D1.1, Rialto Education Association 2022-2023 proposal pursuant to the requirements of governmental code and board policy. The initial 2022-2023 contract proposal submitted by the Rialto Education Association REA for an agreement between the Rialto Education Association REA and the Rialto Unified School District Board of Education is hereby posted in compliance with the legislative requirements for public notice. Item D2, close public hearing. Wait,
Move
did
to
we have
close.
any speakers, Mr. Dr. Avila?
We do not.
Okay.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
Okay, vote to close public hearing. Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Kelly, Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Time is 9:46. Item D3, open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a
Second.
Second. And that's for Communication Workers of America pursuant to requirements of governmental code and board. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. The time is 9:46. Item D3.1, Communication Workers of America pursuant to the requirements of governmental code and board policy, the initial contract proposal for the 2022-2023 school year submitted by the Communication Workers of America for an agreement between the Communication Workers of America and the Rialto Unified School District Board of Education is hereby posted in compliance with the legislative requirements for public notice. Do we have any speakers?
We do not.
Item D4, close public hearing.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
Vote by board members to close public hearing. Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Kelly? Ms.
Aye.
Lewis? Myself, aye. The time is 9:47. Item E, consent calendar items.
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Okay,
With the
Second.
pull item, or?
oh, if you'd like to pull an item, we've.
No, it was already pulled.
Oh, yeah,
Do you have to change it?
no, that, no, correct, the motion is to approve the consent calendar items as amended. So there was a first, did we have a second?
Second as amended.
Okay, as amended, and do we have any additional pools for separate discussion? Okay, vote by board members, Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis? And myself?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Next, we go to E. Next, we go to F. F, discussion action items. F1, agreement with Miller Architecture to provide architectural services to design a virtual learning academy at Supanic High School.
So move.
Second.
Okay, and it's to provide architectural services to design a modular virtual learning academy at Supanic High School effective March 10, 2022 through December 31st, 2023 at a cost not to exceed $195,066 and to be paid from Fund 25 Capital Facilities Fund. Any questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. And I do apologize, Julian. There was a misprint on the agenda. We were supposed to have a section for your preferential vote on consent calendar items. just saw that. Okay, so F1, approve an agreement with Miller Architecture. No, I'm sorry. F2, approve the fiscal year 2021-2022 second interim financial report with a positive certification as the district will meet its obligations in the current and subsequent 2 fiscal years. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Questions or comments? Ms.
Thank you for a positive certification.
I don't see Ms. Romo here tonight.
No.
But thank you. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F3, resolution number 212235, approving a service agreement to upgrade network equipment and delegate authority to take related actions. Now, before we begin, we will now address item F3 on the agenda, which is resolution 212235. Earlier, the board approved the modification of this agenda item because the district received a protest against the proposal submitted by the company with the apparent highest score. Will district staff please discuss this protest and the possible need to modify resolution number 212235? Is district staff here ready to do so?
Yes. Yes, go ahead, Dirk.
Good evening, Board President Montez, Vice President Lewis, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Avila, and Superintendent's Cabinet. We did receive a protest for a bid award related to the purchase of certain technologies and equipment. I would like to invite Ricardo Salazar, our agent of purchasing services, as well as Beth Ann Scantleberry, agent of technology services, to present information concerning it.
Good evening, Dr. Avila, Board President Montes, members of the board and innovation team. My name is Ricardo Salazar. I am the agent of purchasing services for the Rialto Unified School District. And Dr. Avila, before I begin, if I may provide a little bit of background as to why we're here and discuss a matter of process for the protest. So usually when we do a bid, we follow the Public Contract Code, Government Code, and Education Code. As a matter of process, when we issue a notice of intent to award, we provide bidders an opportunity to protest the award and provide factual evidence, get to review the bids. It's all public information once we do an opening. And usually that process takes place before we present it and put it before the board. Now, why we're here today, we are under some strict deadlines with E-rate. It is an E-rate bid. And Ms. Scantleberry, I believe, can provide some additional background on E-rate, the funding, and what is presented. But as mentioned, that process for protest usually takes place before it comes before the board. So on this matter, I'd like to present some factual information as to why we're here, and then pass it over to Ms. Scantleberry to add any additional information and then take questions from the board. So in regards to the network equipment bid, the district released a request for proposals on February 5th, 2022. The district received and evaluated 5 proposals on March 4th, 2022, which was last Friday. The district issued a notice of intent to award on March 4th, notifying of the district's intent to award to Golden Star Technology, GST. Converge One requested a copy of GST's bid proposal on March 6, 2022. Converge One submitted a bid protest letter on March 8, 2022, contesting 4 different areas of GST's proposal. As a matter of due diligence, in accordance with the process, with advisement of legal counsel, we did review the 4 points that were presented by Converge One. And I have a copy actually for the board of the protest and a copy of the district's response for the protest, again, under advisement of legal counsel. Let's see, where was I at?
Do you have it?
I do, yes. Can I? Yes.
You can just, and I'll pass them all the way out. Yeah.
So again, as mentioned, under advisement and with help of legal counsel, we did reply to the protest. And in the letter from Converge One, it was noted that one of the product numbers for 3 items did not meet the district's requirement for a 3-year warranty. The district issued a response to the protest letter, which I provided a copy for you in front of you. And at this point, the district staff recommends that the board uphold the protest from Converge One, reject a proposal from GST as non-responsive, and award a contract to Converge One.
So you don't have to resubmit again? No?
No.
Got all the documents.
Good evening, Board President Montez, Dr. Avila, and the board members. I'm Beth Ann Scalesbury, Agent of Technology Services, and like Ricardo mentioned, the E-rate program. It's where we get discounts. Basically, we apply an application. It was called the 471, which I believe the gentleman earlier had mentioned in his comment. We file the application. We ask for services, discounts on services and equipment for technology. In this case, it's the wireless project, which many comments have been made in the last couple board meetings, and I believe we give an update on the wireless.
We need to get that taken care of.
Yeah,
as soon
so
as
this
possible.
is for, this is what this RFP is for that project. You file, you do the RFP, you file the application, the board gives the award, and then we file the 471 within the time frame, and the E-rate time frame actually closes, the window closes March 22nd. Our next board meeting is not until March 23rd, so in this case, it is time sensitive to get this resolved.
Do we need any further explanation? Do we have any questions or comments?
So here you said the GST is suspended?
Yeah, that's what we're requesting, that we suspend that for GST and give it to the next highest ranking vendor, which was Converge One.
Converge, it's the next, what's the next high?
Yes.
On your scoring?
Right, and it's not just cost. Cost is the highest ranking, but we
Mhm.
have all the factors that we use
And that
in the
ven-
evaluation.
And that vendor have the 3-year warranty?
Yes. Yes,
With
they
the
did.
correct numbers?
Yes, we did.
If it were just a licensing problem, they could hire out, contract it out, if you will. But because of the warranty and they should have been familiar enough with their equipment to know the warranty and what we required as a bid. So I'm good with it. They goofed.
So, Mr. President, are we voting on,
Oh.
what's the motion?
Oh, I apologize. If we don't have any other questions or comments?
It's time sensitive and we need to.
Okay, then, with that, may I have a motion to uphold the protest by Coverage One on the grounds that Golden Star Technology proposed certain equipment that is not equivalent to the corresponding district specifications, and on that basis, reject the proposal by Golden Star Technology as not responsive to the request for proposals.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay,
Vote to reject.
so then, I have a motion to approve resolution, do we have a motion to approve? Resolution number 212235?
Don't we
So-
have to vote
so-
on the prior first, the rejection?
Okay.
Otherwise, that thing's left hanging.
Okay, give me a second here.
Yes. By the way, great work, both of you, all three of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's really the same motion here, and rejecting, and upholding the protest, we're gonna make a motion to approve resolution 212235. Is that what staff is asking us to do?
Derek, if you can please respond to that.
Good evening, Board. So for some reason, I keep forgetting my name. Derek Harris, Lead Agent, Risk Management and Transportation. Mr. Montes, there needs to be a vote first to do the first part in upholding the proposal. You have a motion and a second, so that would require a vote. And then there would be a vote to alter the resolution.
Got it.
Thank you.
So we have a first and a second. Ms. O'Kelly, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Now we go to, may I have a motion to approve Resolution 21-22-35, subject to, 1, changing all information relating to Golden Star Technology in the resolution to instead refer to coverage 1, and 2, changing the total not to exceed amount to $9,889,787.91.
Oh, I thought it was less. No? Okay.
I will make the motion to adopt resolution number 212235 as amended.
Second?
Yeah, okay, and then, did you have a question?
Yes, when he presented the person from the company, he was saying it was less, or the part cost less. You told him to stand by, he's in the hallway?
He's on the other company that we've already disposed.
Oh, okay, all righty.
Yeah.
No further question,
Okay,
just clarification.
okay. So, we have a first and a second. Did we get a second on that?
Second.
I had a
Okay.
second already.
Ms. O'Kelly, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. So based on that approval, please modify resolution number 212235 accordingly and provide that the board clerk, to the board clerk for signature. And that's our very own Ms. Nancy O'Kelly. All right.
And if I could get a copy of this,
The new
the
resolution.
amended, with the different dollar and amount,
Yeah,
and the
9,000.
narrative, if that has been modified as well.
Okay. We did we did announce at the beginning of the meeting that we would be, where is it at? That the item for approval was going, the item, when it came up, was gonna be changed. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at the beginning, during the agenda review.
Just point of information, then, I'm assuming that, Dr. Avalos from your office, they can we just send out that page that normally he's got a copy of, is it already emailed to everybody?
I wrote it down.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So next we go to F4, administrative hearing. Case number 212234, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
in favor?
Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Abstain, I wasn't here to hear the proceeding.
Ms. O'Kelly, how do you?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Next, we go to F1, stipulated expulsion, case number 36.
Move to approve.
Second,
Vote by board members, Ms. Walker,
aye.
Mr. Martinez,
Abstain.
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly, Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
and myself, aye. Item G, adjournment, the next regular meeting of the
We need to go back to closed session.
We have to go back to closed session.
Okay, that concludes open session for now. We'll be going back into closed session.
Aye.
Mr. Martinez,
Aye.
Ms. Walker,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
and myself, aye. Do we have a report out of closed session?
Yes, we do, President Montes. The Board of Education denied Resolution 212237 to issue notice to the following certificated employee as they may be released from their administrative position and reassigned pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, effective the end of the 2021-2022 school year. Employee number 2167712, middle school assistant principal. The vote was as follows: Edgar Montes, no; Stephanie Lewis, abstain; Nancy O'Kelly, no; Joseph Martinez, yes; Dino Walker, no. The Board of Education approved Resolution 212236 to issue notice to the following certificated administrative employee that they may be released from their administrative position and reassigned pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, effective at the end of the 2021-2022 school year. And, excuse me, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out the appropriate legal notice. Employee number 2655332, high school assistant principal. The roll call vote was as follows: Edgar Montes, yes; Stephanie Lewis, no; Nancy O'Kelly, yes; Joseph Martinez, yes; Dino Walker, abstain. And the Board of Education approved Resolution 212238 to issue notice to the following certificated administrative employee that they may be released from their administrative position and reassigned pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, effective at the end of the 2021-2022 school year, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notices. Employee number 2967332, academic agent, special programs. The vote was as follows: Edgar Montes, yes; Stephanie Lewis, abstain; Nancy O'Kelly, yes; Joseph Martinez, yes; Dino Walker, no. That is all we have.
Thank you. Now we go to G, adjournment. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Rialto Unified School District will be held on March 23rd, 2022 at 7 p.m. at the Dr. John Casalunas Education Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Materials distributed or presented to the Board of Education at the board meetings are available upon request from the superintendent's office.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we wish everybody a happy spring break. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly, Ms.
Aye.
Lewis, and myself, aye. The time is 10:50 p.m.